Well, hello there. Hope everybody's Friday is going well. Things right away here. That doesn't need to be a window. All right, so take that down a little too. Has been busy couple days of not working on this, so I'm a little disoriented. But I was just looking at and reviewing what I had just done on Monday. We left off. I think I was considering whether or not I wanted to pull view grid out. I did end up doing that. It now lives in its own thing. We pulled out the functions that used to be on the interface, and now we can just go ahead and create a new one and get the dimensions as we needed. So all the other bits and pieces still work out, and it's still still a to do because, and that leads us to what we're going to do today. A grid element needs view coordinates and view grid, right? So that you can do and actually we need to this will need to be modified to conform to that, right? Because a grid element needs to be aware of itself. So it has view coordinates. We can get that. View grid will have to be exposed to satisfy this. But the reason that it's still a to-do is that right now, tile, not tile. Is it tile? No, this is map tile. The connection tile, there we go, does not implement this yet because connection tile is still kind of the old wrappy way to that I was using to create these widgets before I dove into creating the custom widgets, which I did because they're not documented. So that's going to be our first task today, is pulling connection tile out into a custom widget as well. Oh, and also, I think I briefly was under the impression that it had fixed our alignment to switch rooms to a custom widget. But as I was working on this more, let me get this launched. Here we go. I noticed that, yeah, you can see here when it's full screened and it extends past, it doesn't line up. It only looks correct if your sizing happens to force it to be. So that's still a problem, right? That's fine. We'll kick that can down the road a little bit. But our task for today, the first thing, is going to be to pull. Don't think I need you right now to pull connection tile out into a custom widget. I don't think we need this open right now. Don't think we'll need that. Don't think we'll need that. Let's just kind of tidy up our workspace real quick here. We shouldn't need any of this right now. This we might need because we're going to be consuming it, I think. No. I don't think we will. This is just the UI button. All right, so this all kind of stays similar up there, and we're going to borrow our room tile, some of the stuff from it. Connection button, connection. That represents the actual connection data. This used to hang off of a frame. It's probably going to become a button. Let's call you widget. Ah, right. Because, okay, so cancel that. Because we had this as well. This is the button that lives inside of here. We're going to kind of flatten this out. We already have the widget, so. The no, we're not going to do that. We're going to leave you in here. This we have to think about that. We do want to log this out in case of an error, right? That's going to be important. And we kind of just omitted it because we still didn't know exactly how we want to do this, which is fine. So we're going to need, similar here, we'll have a button that we init. So I think what we did, and these are just helping us to kind of break out that different formatting. So those probably stay. What I think we did was we just did a function alongside the existing stuff. We built the new functionality and they kind of rotated, not rotated, but converted everything over. Can't think of the word I'm looking for now. That's fine. I don't care. Good enough. We understand. I hope. So this needs to now think here. Comes a connection button. So this will need to hang off of the new widget eventually. That's fine. Select tiles. Let me have you twice. Well, let's leave that for just a second. This might go away completely. We will init the button that lives inside of here. Connection button. We'll have one of them. And then let's look here. So this X and this Y, these become my view grid coordinates. That's fine. I'm going to want actually what I'm going to want to do, I think, is go ahead and use this. Rename this. That's all fine for now. Fine for now. Don't mess with the strings. Just do this. And then we're going to do a new type. That way, you used to have frame, right? I think. Anywho, you have a button. Let's borrow some inspiration here. Size X and size Y, I think, are driven by these guys. They're not. We give it to them. Okay. So we'll still need that in here. Which makes sense, right? We gotta get it from outside to know what our options should be. We'll get them squared away in there. We need to know the direction of this particular one. That's still valid. Still want connections. Where do we use associated tiles? Let's check that first. I think that's our neighbors. Yeah. That's the buttons. Okay. So that's no longer a core dot button. That's going to be a view grid element, I think. What are you mad about when I do that? Set state. I put you on the wrong... Oh, I did. I shouldn't change that. Not core button. Grid elements. We won't have a button anymore. That's built into us. We can still do a new, I think. That's probably fine. We'll still need an update func to be set. I think. What did our func that takes a pointer to a widget, which would be over here. I believe it's the build connections function that we give it. Let's go. Add vertical connection row. Yeah, build connections, and then connection handler for our on-click handler, which we won't do that way anymore. We'll do it the same way we did over here. Which is just to register in the normal cogent way. All right, so the right, because this guy stores a list of its connections. Um, so we need to init that. We'll do the same thing here. Actually, we don't need to do that. Ooh, wait a minute. We were doing right. This was a frame because we run into issues. We're doing things custom like because we can't put a bunch of stuff inside the buttons. So this actually needs to be a frame. My bad. So we need to init that. We're going to need a styler. Think. Because we need to set abilities and stuff. Unless we did that here. We did set that here. Okay. We don't need a styler for this one. We let these guys, which are going to stay the way they are, I think. We'll let them dictate what they be, right? Which, I mean, maybe we should pull these out into widgets. We'll worry about that later. Do the parent, all right, meow. Yeah, we're probably gonna want to, but that's okay. It'll be cleaner, I think. But we'll do, like I said, we'll do this first. So we don't need to do a styler then. So that's all gonna get set. We have. Let's see. Direction won't matter for this. And this is connection direction, which we did do an iota +1, so the default value won't bite us there. That's good. Connections will be an empty list to start with. That's fine. But let's actually make it a empty list and not nil. We probably need... I think we need to tie the on-click of the button we generate to the on-click of the widget. I think that's the correct way to go about that. I'm not completely sure. New was not exported here, which makes me wonder if we're even using it. We'll get to that. I'm going to get to it. Actually, maybe we won't. Let's take it out until we know for sure we need it. Update func does need to be set, but it needs to be why is you type is just a function here? Well, it looks like we're go, right? We do a little go around here. How you doing today, Ash? How's your week been? How's the week been treating you? Mr. the Mongoose. You know, it has been busy. I get a bunch of projects kind of and ideas and things in the works, in addition to all the life stuff, right? I've been pretty heads down on a couple things. Just freshly out of the office, going to do a little bit of gaming whilst listening to this mud programming podcast. Excellent. Is it Factorio today? So you're an on-click. That's why. Update func. Let's make you. But you don't take that anymore. Make you specifically take that. It's Factorio clock, yes. Then again, it's Factorio clock every day. Whenever I can get uninterrupted hours, so nice. And then we'll just set that to nil. Think that should be okay. Okay. Now, does this need to be done in the updater or the build? Over here, we got away with just putting it all in the updater because everything gets run when you update this thing, which makes sense. But I don't think that's the correct answer here because this button element will never be a different direction. So we probably want to just build this and then we can update things as needed. The correct syntax for adding the stuff. Let's see, that has maker, which I believe is what we want. Updater maker, yes. like so. The probably want to. No, that's all fine, I think. I think we just want to do an add here. This will be action button. Wrapped in a frame that we generate here, we create here. Ooh. Do these return frame? They return a connection button. Wraps a frame, so maybe that's fine. Maybe we don't want to leave these out here like this. Maybe we want to bring it all into here. Because these are, in fact, just frames, and we could put them onto W. Or could we do this? Could we do switch on? First, we need to do, we need to know the direction. But then does this need to be an updater then if this gets an it first? That's tricky. Let's see where we get to. And then we'll switch on the direction. Oh my gosh, buttons, there we go. We'll do that, and then this will be case, what are my options here? Diagonal, horizontal, vertical, and diagonal. Let's do them in order. Let's actually use the correct syntax for switch statement, just for fun. This is vertical, and this is diagonal, and then default. Do nothing. Probably in init and not yet set. Can I just return maybe from there? I think I can. I don't know if I need to. Do it for now. And then this could become horizontal connection button. This would then become not this generic function, but and then we'll give you W as the parent. And then you have, what do you have? This X and this Y. Which you don't actually have. Why don't you have size X and size Y? You still don't have. Why don't you have? Oh, you know what? I don't think we can do this though. Anyway, because this still needs to be that. So we just have to put this in here. That's fine. But why don't I have? Oh, because that, but also what did I do to solve this in map or room tile rather? Because maybe widget's a bad name because I'm going to step all over W. What if instead I called you connection tile? Ignore the strings. What happened there? Then this we can be that. The yeah, I guess W is fine. What else do you take? Nothing. What else do we need you to do? Don't know that we. Yeah, this doesn't make sense to keep these out in these functions. If we wrap it up into here, we don't need an extra frame just for this wrapper, right? Or we could apply a styler, I suppose. What if we did that? Just directly. That'd be nice, I think. Hello to you, Super TRXE. And then this might have to change, but for now we'll just put it in there also like that. Then we can just do W CT dot size X, size Y, like so. And then up here in the maker, we can do call it this button, I guess. But we want to just do in this case it'll just be a pointer to a frame. With these, no, it won't be. because these guys don't return a pointer to a frame. They return a pointer to an action button for now. And then we can do the same things here. We'll need to go fix them up, but that's fine. Like so. Then we do all of that. Think, maybe. Same here. This isn't just going to be much bigger. Because there's going to be many more bits and pieces in here, but that's fine. There we go. And then we want to do how did we do this over here for? Because it's a button, we didn't have to do anything special for on-click. That's right. We just let that take over. I think what we need to do here is do because these wrap a button, do CT on click, do the event, and then we call well, no, because that is how did we do this for? It wasn't templates. Room form. Yeah, we track listeners. Hi, how are you? Hey, Anna, cool. How's things? How did your assessments go? Your interviews go? I'm doing all right. I think for this we need to do this differently. I think we need to do this and then good to see you. Good to see you too. Listeners.call update event is how we did this here. We would need to do this goes the other way around though. Haven't heard anything from them for now? Yeah, that'll happen. Sometimes it takes a while. But on the upside, if you haven't heard anything from them, that also means you haven't seen a rejection letter yet. So, no news is good news, right? Or at least neutral news. Um, we do this differently here, but can we flip it on its head like that? No? I feel like I'm being stupid right now. I feel like there's something I'm missing that should be easy. I think so. Yeah, right. I want you. This should be the same, though. Look at the button docks. Not the button I want. Kind of game you like to play, or what is your favorite game? All kinds of games. I have a long history of playing MMOs. I played Vanilla WoW when it came out. I've played various editions of WoW over the years. I don't play them anymore because Blizzard became known for being a terrible company, and treating their people poorly, so I don't support them anymore. But I've played EVE Online, I've played Guild Wars, I've played Star Trek Online. I've played a lot of FPS games. I'm kind of all over the place. I really like survival crafting games as a general rule, but very much kind of a broad taste of games. I guess I can pull this over here so everybody can join in the fun of reading docs. Button. I'm gonna button is clicked. That doesn't really. I mean, it tells me how to trigger on keyboard shortcuts. That's a special thing, though. Can I go to event and get a little more? Like, I really just want to raise this event on... Actually, it doesn't matter. Maybe I'm being extra stupid. Is there any reason that I need this to get passed down to this thing? We used to just put it... We used to just execute the function. I don't think I need this at all. I don't know what's going on with the big game studios nowadays. Kind of the same stuff that's going on with every software development place these days. um, like game studios, big game studios have always kind of been toxic. Like, it's kind of a well-known thing that there's a lot of crunch and a lot of idiocy going on. But like, they're just doing the same thing everybody else is doing, right? There's a lot of stuff Ed Zitron has written about the rot economy, right? And that they're doing the same thing where the number must always go up. And if the number doesn't go up because you're selling more, then the number has to go up because you're spending less, which means layoffs, right? I don't think this has to be... Do I need to track this at all if... all I'm doing is letting you register non-click? Don't know that I do. This... Yeah, this just wraps everything up. We figure out where we are. That's fine. Let's take it out for now. This update needs to get moved up into here. I think is what we did over here as well. Tile, yeah. Updater. This becomes... Maybe that's what I need to track this for. Well, we'll push on for now. We need to set icons, right? To clear them, and we go through the connections. Yes. So if the connection list is greater than nothing, we need to call set icons, which I don't know if we're gaining anything by keeping these separated just yet, so let's just move it now. Only the current, please. Thank you. Clear icons will need to get over here as well. But this becomes Okay, this is where it gets a little tricky. This is why we were tracking the button. And maybe that's just the easiest way to get things moved over. Let's do it for now. We can just do this. Like so. Clear icons. Right there. Then this becomes that. This is really arguing for pulling these out, right? Because this is kind of messy still. And then we set icons. This whole thing goes away because we're using this now. I think that's all we need to add there. And then I think the call just becomes getting set to updater, but we also need to, at this stage, if update func, we're going to run it, which takes this. This actually needs to run even if it is empty, because that needs to be able to clear them when we delete things. So this becomes the only check, I think, that's important to look at. Just get rid of you for now. And then all we have left is select tiles. And do we have associated tiles? Did that come up with us? It did. Okay. So we can do the same thing here with the new widget. Why do you become angry then? Grid element. Because grid element needs to have a set state. And the signature for that is a bool. And I think that's state, but states, yes. And it returns widget base like that. And because these use type grid element as type grid element. But I can't make. This just needs to be an empty. How's it literal type? I would need to dereference the new. Or say that you must be a list of pointers, which would cause me to have issues over here. Yeah, I would then need to update data. No, this isn't really to that. That's the other stuff. Type widget as grid element. I think we're gonna have to fix the fact that these guys aren't updated. You're right, we don't have that. Aren't implementing the. Well, they should implement the interface. We just need to connection tile set state. It's because connection tile is not. Wait a second. Associated tiles is a grid element. Which has set state. That's odd. Oh, it's because that. No? What am I doing wrong here? I'm doing something silly, I'm sure. Yes, let's put you back. Because this should be widget base, set state. Bet you it's because maybe this isn't the correct plan for this because of the nature of these widgets, right? What if instead of grid elements, you guys are a widget? Then we can get rid of that maybe? That. Widget base. Okay, widget base will work. Which is fine, because that should be everything, right? We might... Yeah, we probably still need to update. We'll see. It gives us those all, and then we just need to have a way to set the update func. So we'll do we also are going to need to do not a boolean here. What is signature? We'll need to do the go generate stuff for this. This will take the new connection to widgets. Just set that like so. Let's do you up here. Very tippy top, and then this for the cogenty stuff. Let's put you right there, I guess. It's fine. And then make sure everything's actually running here. Gotcha. Okay, good. The we need update data. No, we don't. We just need update here. We no longer have access to view grid. That's fine. We're gonna need that though. We implemented a setter here. Although I don't know if we gain anything over. Yeah, then it's fine. Ignore that, please. Just do the others. If we gain anything by having that be not just automatically generated, just making it public. So we need a view grid method that will return what did I call you? Grid. Yeah. Let's do a quick go generate. We'll let this type gen my connection tile stuff. There it goes. So we get I don't think I did you don't have it yet. You need to have it though. I believe. Let's rerun that. And now check. So we've set view grid and doesn't generate a git. But it has the field. But I don't think that's going to matter for this. Can do though is just say does view grid matter though? It that's why I did that to begin with. Why do I need to do that? What is MUD? Multi-user dungeon. The on interface type grid element on the left. But I don't need to assert you anymore because For one, you were going to be... Should rename that, but we'll do it. That's fine for now. This... We have to fix that up. That's fine. Are you making an engine like Unreal? Not really, no. Much, much simpler. Let's see here. Why did I do this? Because I'm getting the references to the buttons, but... That... Yeah, I just don't need to assert that. I think I just can put you in directly. You need to be at... And that can be that, I think. But we need the address of... Oh, right. I was dereferencing this because... We have to use that to get the stuff out of it, and then... Connection tile, that tile. Ah. Because you're the interface thing. Will this work? What do we ultimately end up doing with you? Can you just be a grid element? I think that's where I was going with this. And then you... Just don't need that. Well, no, we just fell down that path. We get in trouble because... Well, no, maybe not. And then Oops, not that. Is this for board game type of games? Kind of. It is grid based. What I'm working on right now is the map editor. Um, update, because these guys don't have update. Well, they do, though, because it wraps a frame. Oh, no, I did that correctly. Like Civ, not really. It's more like Zork. If you could play Zork online with your friends. It's all text based, right? So you still play a single character as opposed to a nation. But I guess there's common elements there, sure. That is correct. The I wonder if it's because you need to have it explicitly defined on yourself. Although this does say you do implement this. So that recognizes it. It's just here. What am I doing wrong? I must be doing something really, really silly. See, edit bar also becomes unhappy. Right, that makes sense. That's fine. We'll fix that later once we get this sorted out. That would take that out of there, which is fine. It literally becomes the same. I wonder if this is just an IDE freak out thing. Or is this a dereference thing? It is a dereference thing. Crap. Why would that be the case? Am I forgetting something in my interface syntax? I think I would need to... Connection tile would need to have... Well, that would just be... circular, right? Have you made any games using other engines? No. I've used them and I've experimented with them, but I haven't. That would be backwards-ish. Void type right. Yes. Because this doesn't need to be a pointer. Because a pointer will satisfy the interface. That's what I'm doing wrong. Interface doesn't care if it's a pointer or not. Silly me. And then this... This needs to be there. Which fixes this, I think. Grid does not support indexing. But this is a pointer because it has to be, because it's the parent grid. I guess we could do... What if we did this? And then this gave me... Or this took... and this returned a list of grid element. And then... basically just move this over here. We do starting X, starting X, starting Y. Oops. Why not you trying to make an engine? Isn't it better to know what game needs before making it? I know what it needs, basically. I mean, part of that's iterative, but like I know what I want, right? So you can maybe optimize it the way you want it. I mean, that's what I'm doing. I'm building it the way I want it. This is list of grid elements. give me the values in there, but I want these to be, I do want these to be pointers because I need to act on the actual object. So this needs to be that. And I do get away with that. Can I just say equals view grid dot get neighbors view coordinates x coordinates y. Get rid of all of that. But if that returns list of pointers, yeah, I do need those to be. Or do I? Do I actually use them? That is the question. Not convinced that this is the correct answer for any of this, though. Do go through here. We call update data on them all. Yeah, they gotta be pointers to a discrete thing, but I would need to, okay, so if we go back to pointer, then here, that's all happy. Here I would need to assert that these are and then do that, right? On interface type. Still end up needing to dereference this guy. Which is weird. Let's go with that, though. I feel like I'm missing something there. Let's get rid of you. And then get rid of you. And then go fix up. I may or may not need those, we'll see. This will become... We won't need an error here anymore. This is just going to be... that. Oh, sorry. New connection tile. Parent is the frame. And then set view grid to view grid. Oop. it's this view grid in this case. And then what did I have? I said I had set view coordinates. So we do need view coordinates in here. Let's rerun go gen, so it'll put that into the type gen for us. That's set now. Okay. And that is X and Y. I don't think these don't have a parent map. We don't need a parent map. We need set the update func, which is build connections, I think, and then on click we do that, except for connection tile. You need to take this for now. We'll have to fix this up in a second as well. One thing at a time here. That replaces all of that. And we put you that doesn't make sense. But I just put you directly in the grid? No. Why can't I put you... You implement grid element. Hmm. What if instead of this, as a grid element, I might need to rethink some things here. Be carrying too many of the old sort of assumptions with me here. Could I get away with this? No, because U-grid is only important for the sake of getting things around us. Let's go back here. Um, I'd have to do is convert this, right? I think. I think I could do. I think this would need to be a pointer or receiver, which would break this a little bit, but that's fine. Easy enough to fix up. And then this would be and then I would do let's do locations first. And then I could do that? No, I still can't use you as. Do that though. That's going to result in it being copied over and then set to the new thing, but then that's it converts it, right? The other thing I could do would be, well, no, I can't do that because would that I would be, you know what, that would really make me want to put more of this stuff into view grid because um that's the visual representation of it, right? Not sure. I like that idea though, because the only reason it got pulled out is because we had issues with circular references, right? Because the the room has knowledge of its parent map, which maybe it shouldn't. Maybe we should really reevaluate some of this to bring more sanity. I've never really been happy with that being stored in here. Tempted to chuck these changes and kind of rethink some of this. But how would I then tie these disparate pieces into um the actual data that backs them, right? Which is the whole reason it lives over there. But really, we come in here. Okay with it having coordinates. That makes sense as a value of this particular widget. Where do we use... Well, in this case, parent map is private. It's in the updater because we pull the updated data from it. That's why we have it. That's why it's there. But We could also do an updater here, which would do the same thing. Sequential descending reverse order, so this would end up getting registered after it, therefore run first, I believe. And then we wouldn't need to track this. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna stash this. We should leave type gen because it wasn't added. But it shouldn't matter. Let's just leave it. Let's stash that so we can walk back here. We might just have to throw that away, but that's fine. If it gets us to a better place, right? In fact, I'm almost certain that some of it will need to get trashed, but that's fine. I want to take map tile out of this. Or not map tile, I'm sorry. Parent map out of this. And then when we do our new... down here, we do an on-click. We do an update. No. It's updater, and it's just a func. This dot... We don't have map tile is not exposed. And I don't know that there's a reason it shouldn't be. So let's go ahead and do that. Exclude you. Refactor, please. Oh my gosh. That. This, we don't need that anymore at all. I think we already have... No, let's set the parent map. Just delete that. Yeah, we did have set parent map. Okay. And all the map tile stuff got set inside. Map tile is game map grid at map coordinates. Would that define connection tile? Oh, forgot to delete you because we can just regenerate you. We'll need to regen maybe. This will load us though. So if I do this and I delete, for instance, updating still works because that gets registered after we nil check ourselves in here. Let's also double check and just say delete you, yes, and then do a new tile, and that all works. That pulls that out. I would also like to pull out the view grid. That will break this, but it doesn't need to, because we can do this here if we connections, right? Yeah. If we expose connections, make it public. Refactor anyway, thank you. Exclude this. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Then as part of our updater outside here, we're still running into a little bit of trouble because of this, where we need to, our view grid needs to take two different types of things, but hello. Welcome in. I'm still going to run into issues when I do that. I love that you're building a game and go. Why, thank you. I also love that I'm building a game and go. Although times like this, it's a little bit tricky, but you know, that's sort of part of the fun, right? Building a game engine, yeah, kind of both, right? There's no mud engine in Go. Well, I lie. There is one. But I wanted to build one, right? Just for funsies. But once I build, I usually skip build engine step. I mean, that's smart. There's no reason that you need to build an engine in most cases. I just wanted to. It's been very educational. Just going straight into build game step without an engine. I mean, yeah. I mean, you kind of need an engine though, right, to do game things. Canvas draw line. I mean, yeah, I guess you could do that. That's basically how we learned in high school. We wrote Pong in Quick Basic, and then we wrote other stuff, just command line stuff in Java. Many, many moons ago. Just use text emojis? No. uh, if I was. To just say you're just interfaces. Why are you not happy? X index. Did I just put a nil in there? I could put a nil in there. Do you want to see a nano game using text emojis? If it's online, sure. Let's take a look. I don't navigation. Oh, okay, using arrows. Ah, it's like a maze. Oh no, I'm lost in the woods. You can meet a pig. Gotcha. I mean, that is certainly clever as a UI for a game. I find it the um the empty spaces where you can walk, it feels kind of cluttered, but I don't know how I'd fix that. Without, like while still having it remain a clearly visible, you know, grid, more or less. Or finding to eat cake, the cake is a lie. Yeah, that's rad. Okay. If I was to do that, and I've realized that when I refactored this, I didn't encounter. No, I did do this. I did new room tile. Why? Now I prefer Dart, but it is a sibling of Go in some sense. I'm not sure how you mean. I've heard good things about it. I've done a little tiny bit of it. I've looked at like Flutter and stuff. And then we don't need this anymore if we get rid of that, right? That kind of tidies that up. These are no longer valid comments. Would this is what I was fixing. So update connection buttons. We would need to put in here. That's where I was, right. So we would do this here. But we put this over. You'd either have to we just have to do it here. Because if we try to put this into view grid, we end up with a circular dependency because it is then aware of connection to a widget, which is then aware of view grid, I think. No, maybe it wouldn't be. Where do you? But if we put it over here, we'd actually only need this, I think. Um, we don't need those anymore. We just need to make sure that you are a widget. And then we can do update on you, right? No. Because does core widget not have? Don't have update. Widget base. Where the heck does update end up living? Node base. But this is actually tree? It is. You still don't have update? You have updaters. Are you just a node? It's really annoying. Is this thing open source? Not yet. It's still very much under development, and so like I don't want anybody even trying to use it then saying, well, this is all broken. I'm like, yeah, I know. There was coffee grounds in the bottom of that. Not good. Very unpleasant. Just love to look at things. Excellent. Hey, thanks for following. I really appreciate that. Okay, so usually people do not expect open source to work. I mean, you say that, but the issues tab of most repos says otherwise. Oh, hey, they replied to me about my text selection capability. Yeah, okay. That's not what I was saying. I will need to do a repro for them. Those repos usually got some users. I mean, yes. Yes. That's very true. Node base run updaters. But I don't know if that's going to be. I think it needs to be node. Which is the interface. And then I would have to do as widget. Can I call that? I could. Okay. What if I just said that this has to be widget? That wouldn't be valid? Why would that not be valid? No, we could do that. You know, value for interface for non-pointer values, but these should be pointers. It is hard to get users for new open source projects. I mean, yes, but it's hard. It's hard to get the right eyes on anything that you're doing online, right? Um, without like spending billions of dollars on marketing, which is how product companies do it, right? Why for you go Bing? Ah, that's why. Okay. I was just saying that you don't need to worry for your code to be noticed and people to open issues. I mean, you would be looking at it right now. And if you, for some reason, expected it to be working, you'd probably be telling me, hey, I just tried to run it and it doesn't work. And I'd be saying, I know. And you'd be surprised. Anytime I put up a public repo, there's like randos that visit it. I'm sure a lot of them are bots, right? But I've had weird random follows just out of nowhere on things that weren't even anything, you know? And I don't even know how I want to release it eventually. Like, the idea is to release it in some way, shape, or form, but I got to figure out how, right? How do I want to do that? Um, okay, so then update neighbors. So what I would do here is I would say this view grid dot update neighbors at the view coordinates. Oh, I could do this. This would be nicer to use. I could do that. And then I can do this just to keep it nicer to read inside. There are bots scraping GitHub repos. Yeah. I have seen some really weird bots out there, like that are clearly bots that are just like forking stuff at random and making weird changes. And I'm sure they're trying to do nefarious things, right? Just the way their changes look, but it is what it is, sort of thing. There's also like you can look at the metrics of your repo and see like cloners and stuff like that. But I'm sure a lot of that is also like the built-in vulnerability checking and stuff for outdated dependencies and all that. It just creates a bunch of noise. It's hard to make any reasonable assumptions about it. People wandering around out there. Okay, so that would let us do that. And then this would need to be this would need to not this is where it becomes problematic. No, this takes the place of all of this. Because it calls update on them. Which won't work right now because the connection tile in its old form no, I don't want to do that. Relies on you to call. Okay, that's fine. Think this wouldn't even need to be here anymore. In theory. This for sure comes out of here. This would come out of here. Do we use... oh yeah, we do use dot connections. But we do that over here because we don't have access to the maps view grid. We only know about this particular tile in edit bar, which makes sense, right? And we use its list of connections to be able to build that the UI for the connections. I'm officially using Arch, by the way. Just got the OS installed on my newly built gaming PC. Awesome. Did you do it the hardcore manual way following the wiki, or did you use the installer? So you can play solitaire. Follow the tutorial on wiki. Nice. That's the way I've always done it too. Um, I I did it that way the first time because I wanted to learn through suffering, and then the second time I reinstalled because I wasn't happy with a bunch of the way I had things set up. I was like, I'm just gonna redo it. I did it that way again because the install script didn't exist yet, and I haven't done it since. I've heard mixed results. Setup isn't 100% comfy enough to game on. I still need a desk and monitor for it. I mean, that will help with the comfort and ergonomics. I guess I could do... Connections is a thing. But... does my type gen already have... Oops, not that one. Doesn't have it yet. Take the function call out of there because we won't have that anymore since we made it public. Let's go generate this. Now it should be in here. In again. Bots. We would have to do I guess we could just do this in finalize. I don't like that though. Actually, we might already be doing it in finalize. That might be why it's here, because we won't know about its neighbors because they won't exist yet while we're building it. We update the data of connection tile widgets. Bots. We would need this to be we could do this. We could say it'd just be a flat list. And then instead of this, we just append you, get rid of all those. And then up here, this would actually want to be a pointer. So we want to reference the grid. we need to say, if this grid is not new, if it's a room tile, then we go ahead and we do continue at the end of this. We do get neighbors. This is X index, Y index, like so. This is for each of these, what we do that's I don't know if we need to do that. I mean, we might be able to get away with we probably need to do type assertion here as well. I just can't spell. It would be helpful, like so. Then we append you, because we've already made sure that you are the creature. Hello everyone, I couldn't find your stream, Mongoose. Never thought to see you in a light shirt. I mean, it happens every so often. Why couldn't you find me? That's weird. I think what you're doing is so cool. Why, thank you. But I've asserted you at this point. Oh, duh. If I assert you correctly, it'll work. And then I don't actually care about... I do, because I go through all that, and then I say dot connections equals neighboring connection tiles, like so. It's also like 1,000 degrees outside today, so I'm probably kind of melting. Might have influenced my light shirt color choice. It could also be that I haven't put away my laundry since I did it yesterday, and this was what was hanging up. The world may never know. It's a mystery for the ages. Okay, that as part of our finalizing step, that's fine. I think. Let's see if I exploded or not when I actually try to use that now. Ooh, yeah, I did. Yeah, it exploded real good. Because Too many go routines, that's for sure. When you wear a blazer for work, that's when you know it's laundry time. Gray shirt, no problemo. Well, I did my laundry. I just haven't put it away yet because I came back from doing it and I got busy with some other projects and it just didn't happen. Before I knew it, it was like already midnight and I was saying to myself, I should just go to bed. Go routine stack exceeds too dang big. That makes sense, kind of, I guess, maybe. No, it doesn't. Why would it be too dang big? Something has gone awry in our planning. In the cogent sense. It's in view grade Go 38 here. But that doesn't make sense. Might be a kind of a misleading stack trace here. Let's see here. Tree plan. Hello, dude. Well, hello to you too. App widget 167. Not happy here. Why would you be not happy here? Only happens in Updater. Plan, tiered plan. 167 again. Did I... Yep, that only lives there now. Um... Neighbors. Hey, what are your thoughts on Notch's creator of Minecraft build it from scratch 2.5 billion in sales within 4 years? I think that he did a good job of creating something that people were interested in and in getting it in front of the right people to buy it and gain traction and, you know, the usual. mixture of skill and luck, right? That kind of makes anybody successful. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. I think also the thing that he did right was he made a new thing, right? That people didn't know that they wanted until they played it. They were like, "Oh, hey, this is really fun." And you'll see that played out over and over again, right? If you look at kind of the general things that caught fire, right? I think if that was made within this day and age, it wouldn't have gained traction like it did 13 years ago. Right? Yeah, it was new then, right? Vampire Survivors, also kind of one of those little swan songs. It's not something people were making up until that one, and then we got a bunch of clones or different remixes of it, right? Which is not to say that you can't remix a thing and be successful. If you look at another very, very um, popular game, Valheim, right? Valheim took Minecraft building kind of loosely as a template, did their own take on it, but also they were like, okay, well, what if you're also, instead of just a survival crafting game, what if it's also got like this compelling combat system that they put on it, right? Or Balatro, to be more recent, right? Roguelike deck builder weirdness. I haven't played it myself, but like it's something that's kind of new and different. Whereas a lot of other deck builders have been Slay the Spire clones, right? Go to Slay the Spire. Why is everybody making Slay the Spire clones? Because deck builder games kind of before that were mostly stuff like Hearthstone, right? So doing it in a different way that people find compelling. The story is madly inspiring, though, not going to lie. I mean, yeah, there's nothing wrong with being inspired by that. Did you see his new project, Levers and Chess, quote unquote, Minecraft 2? No, I have not. I've never actually played Minecraft. Um, I have played a lot of survival crafting games, but Minecraft I didn't. I didn't. I didn't like the look of it, and so I decided to skip that one. I find the graphic style of it uninteresting, but that's just me. Clearly, 2.5 billion in sales says that it was okay. It was a childhood game of mine. Yeah, a lot of people's it was. Is there any other games that gain that much traction that come to mind of yours, like Minecraft? I mean, everything I just listed. um, betting that this is getting called a lot. That might be part of my problem. I bet you it's getting called a lot during setup. Oh yeah, fair enough. How long have I been in development? Um, yes. I've been writing code off and on since high school. I think the first time I wrote code in a job, not necessarily was a developer, was 2012, maybe. Somewhere around there, probably. And I've done it kind of off and on, either for side projects, or I've worked a lot of jobs where I did development work and I didn't get paid developer money because I was an idiot. But I've been working in the tech field for a long time, and that kind of leads to that sort of thing sometimes. Started with Lua in 2019. Nice. I have not done Lua. I'm not a big game modder, which is where a lot of people learn that. Maybe you. Did you learn it for game modding? Yep. A lot of people do. Yeah, I've never been a big modder. I've consumed a lot of mods for various things, mostly Skycraft or Skyrim. I don't think I like this. This is, aside from the fact that it doesn't work, it's still not where I want it to be in terms of sanity. I was pissed when GTA 6 got delayed another 12 months, but it's going to be insane. Yeah, I mean, people were mad when Cyberpunk got delayed, and then they were mad when it didn't get delayed. So sometimes stuff just takes time. Um, crap. Wonder if does it have something to do with this? Did I screw this up somewhere? Get neighbors. Returns the list, yeah. I wonder if update gets called when we. Here's my type gen. Wonder if this ends up calling. Not you, you. If this ends up calling update on a widget. You wouldn't think so. I'm from Scotland. I met a bunch of devs who worked on GTA 5 because that's where most are located. Pretty cool. Yeah, it's pretty cool. What am I working on? It's the editor, the map editor for a MUD, which is a multi-user dungeon, which is like playing Zork online with your friends. Let's see here. I want to... I'm going to chuck this. I'm not happy with how it's shaping up, but also it's broken. So we're going to go back to where we were. We're going to have a rethink on this. Maybe it's okay to have the references live in there. Here we type assert them to connection tile widget. Let's pop my stash back out. This is a controversial question, but if you were to learn code from scratch, where would you start? I don't know if that's controversial. Do you mean where would I start, like language-wise or like resources-wise? I need to run generate real quick so it fixes the connection tile stuff we were trying out here. Both. Language-wise, probably I would say Go. It used to be Python that I would say for sure, but I like Go a lot better. And I think it's almost as clear to write as Python, and you get enforcement of things like types, right? Resources-wise, I would usually steer people to Exorcism and tell them to pick something that is has a learning mode. But I would also say, and let me get you some linkies. This is Exorcism. And I'll put links in both chats here for y'all. So if you come in here, there are languages that have a learning mode. I would pick one of those if you're very, very new. The other place I would say for folks, I would say ASM assembly. Nah. You're crazy. There's also this. And I'll drop a linky for both chats. This will give you lots of resources, like say, I want to be a back-end dev. Okay, I'll look at this. And there's all kinds of things that you can learn. And if you click on them, they have free resources. There's also, depending on where you are, like, let's see, probably here. No? There's sometimes, there we go. There's also premium resources that you have to pay for. but there are free resources here as well for you that you can start to explore these different things. And there's all kinds of different stuff that is like, this is role based. You can see this is also skill based. You can say, hey, I want to learn C++. Great. Where should I start? And you can look through here and kind of pick and choose which of these are, relevant to you, but it gives you kind of a path to kind of figure out, what do I need to learn? Python and TypeScript. I don't like TypeScript, so I would not tell anybody to use it because I don't want to wish that on anyone. Python's okay. It's just all right. Legend for this, thank you, of course. I only know Lua, HTML, CSS, and some Python. I'm going to look into those websites. Cool. Have fun. There's a lot to explore. Okay, so if I was to do this, let's go back to making this just interfaces. And this can be nil. And I need to hit all the right buttons. This would be ouch, I'm very sorry about that. You'll be happy to know there are better languages, even Go is one of them for all sorts. Rustations. I love them. I don't need that anymore. Python has structural typing too. You've got type hints, but it's much looser than a more formal language. What about C# or C++? I mean, yeah, sure. Is language. So to borrow a quote from Thor of Pirate Software, all languages suck. Otherwise, we would use the one that didn't, right? So it's all depends on what you want to do, right? If you want to write a game in Unreal and you don't want to use blueprints, then you're probably going to need to learn some C++, and that's fine. If you want to use Unity or Godot, well, Unity you can use, I think, only C++ nowadays. I wouldn't recommend Unity just because they're always in the news for trying to screw people, right? But it's an option. Godot, you have GD script or C#, mostly. There's a couple other bindings, but it's just a matter of, like, what is the tool that you need to learn to do the thing you want to do, right? Did I say the word rust? I explicitly mentioned Go in support of this stream. We all know that your heart is rusty, Ash. Let's see, C# okay, especially modern ones. C++ I wouldn't advise nowadays unless you specifically want to do Unreal Engine. Typing.protocol. I think Dart is coming around. I mean, I hear nice things about Dart. I haven't really used it. Unity is C#, but I disadvise it because they're becoming money hungry, developer hostile. Yeah, exactly. There is, let me find y'all. This. There's also this. If you want to do specifically gamey stuff, drop these in here. There's also this. And you can look at there's all kinds of stuff that I promise you've never heard of that are options for you. And you can look at, you know, is this what I want? Do I want a Lua-based game engine, right? Great. Come in here, look at this, and maybe Lua is your language, but also I guess it can use C++, right? There's so much stuff out there. Let's see here. Godot, it has a Python-like language built in. Yeah, that's GD script. Supports other languages too. Yeah, mostly C#, but there's bindings for everything now, I think. Like C and C++ and Rust. My heart is rusty true. Must be all the iron I'm eating and oxygen breathing. Where you find these websites, Legendary Dude? I collect them over time when I see good things. That one specifically has been linked in Pirate Software's Discord. I think all of these resources have been linked over there as well, but I've encountered anytime I find a good resource, I try to take note of it. There's another one. See if it still exists. Yeah, I haven't used this one in a long time. Refuse. And I want you right now. I haven't used this one in a long time, but this supports a whole bunch of different languages. And it's easier if you're really, really new to see the outcome, right? So you write code that they execute in their fancy little Flash game looking thing here. And they've got 25 plus languages. This is more puzzly, gamified sort of stuff. So I think it's probably a little bit less of a good resource than Exorcism, which is more hardcore. But I mean, you know, do what works for you. Is JavaScript needed for game dev? I don't think so. Depends on if you want to use a JavaScript game engine, it will be. But other than that, no, not that I'm aware of. I'm not a game dev though, so maybe I'm missing something there. We don't need that. Did you used to be? Oh yeah, you were just directly being sat. We're doing you. Right there as well, that's fine. Modern Python with fast API is the best DX I've ever had. I'm sorry that you haven't experienced anything good. Like, if you like it, that's great. Use it. I've used fast API and I hated it. But that's just preference, right? And it's totally okay to like a thing. Like, nobody's saying in any seriousness that any of these languages are bad, right? We joke around, we have fun. But like, use the thing that you want to use and like to use, unless there's a reason that you can't. Like, if your job doesn't allow it, then you got to learn something else. Or if the engine you want to use for some reason doesn't support that language, then you got to use what it has, right? I'm considering TypeScript, which is basically JavaScript once compiled for future projects, so I can enable modding. I mean, sure. Only if you want it specifically if you're doing web stuff. Yeah. Yeah, like the use the thing that lets you do the stuff. That's my take, right? You know, it's to me, I get joy from making things, and the tools in the box that get me there are good tools for me. You know, I suppose it's because I came from Spring. I haven't done a whole lot of API stuff in Java or anything like that, so I hear it sucks, and that would make sense. Like embed V8 into the game engine to allow customizing behaviors and modding. Yeah, really do enjoy it. Pydantic makes me happy. Pydantic is the thing that helps you to validate your API ingest, right? Your JSON data and stuff. You ever think? Do you ever think AI will take over devs? I genuinely don't think in our lifetime, but others say so. No, not currently. Nothing I've seen currently would lead me to believe it's suited for that task. That's why I don't use it. My platform has end-to-end type safety because of a big fan. That's right. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Thought so. Doesn't work in Python. There's type checking as a lint step, but the compiler doesn't care about types and uses runtime. Right, yeah. It can also be friends with SQL Alchemy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you get the benefit of those extra tools when you're doing it in your pipeline. That's kind of the biggest argument I have against. Like, I'm glad those sort of things exist and they're a good step forward, but it's difficult to like it's an added step, right? It makes you be disciplined to do the right thing versus making you do the right thing by default. And I'm usually a big fan of making people do the right thing by default because it helps me to do the right thing when I start learning it. And then, going forward, it becomes less of an issue, but there's less work I have to do. I don't have to go define all the types and everything. Let's see. Let's get rid of you. That all can be there, I think, for now. Here we need to... We want you to be... We need to rename you, but for now you're that. That's fine. I don't think we're gaining anything by having you be private. We're just gonna do that. Wait. Needs you... Oh, because you get neighbors. Right. That's okay. We can fix this up. This part. This goes away. This becomes... this. And exactly that situation in TypeScript where LSP, the linter, and the TypeScript compiler were lying to me, and the type I was handling wasn't really the type I thought it was because it came from a Rust library, which TypeScript, so it also lied about the output type. Bad thing is that some fields happen to match, so it was really subtle. Yeah, you can get that. Typing in Python TSX are good and help a lot, but don't take them as guarantees. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty solid. Basically, real-time console in a few lines and means your MUD could be a multiplayer online. I don't know what you're talking about. This would be multiplayer. It uses WebSockets. Um, this. So you can do that with no WebSockets 400. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if I missed a message or what. What are you talking about that gives you that? Um, the gist. I don't see a gist. Was it blocked for linky reasons? Yeah, I don't see a link. And it's not like if it was blocked, I would think it would show it to me like as a moderated thing, you know, but I don't see that either. I'm on live chat, so it should be everything should be coming through to me. Try Twitch, okay. Oh, let's see, what was it? This needs to be this thing that we need to rename. If it's okay, then we need to do that. No, we can just do directly. Probably want to clear it here. How about this? Yes, I see that. Let's take a look. Oops. Basically, I have a JS framework that's made to do real time with no user JS. I mean, that's cool, but CSS. Weird. Terminal, new screen. Yeah. Cool. Doing something I work with a console live view for a TMUX setup. Cool. Let's see here. Let's see here. I have to step out of the pandemic world, but if I set up a schema, fully valid station, nobody has pre-commit checks, which blocks committing Python code. If very strict type checking fails, I get the occasional bug related types. Few 10 million lines of Python in there. That's a lot of Python. um, at um, set that you, then you, AWS Boto 3 type sheds can have issues on some releases, but I knew that going into it as I didn't write their code. Double check with the docs. Yeah. Do you like REST APIs? Oh, yeah, for Ash. All right, so that would fix up our room tile to go back to interfaces there. Here, we would need to... This just needs to be updated, I think. Connection widgets. Updater. We set icons, but... we used to... Update func. We do that now. Yes. Okay. So we can get away with, I think, just calling update here. That should take care of everything because we've registered this as an updater. This needs to be set selected connection tile. Why is it? Because you, yeah. That. That's just not a function call anymore. It's just public. Um, Need to rerun Go Generate, I think, now, because we've changed a couple things around. You wouldn't tell everybody to rewrite everything in Rust? I'm gonna tell Ferris on you, Ash. He's gonna revoke your Rust Nation card. I'm pretty sure that's like, you know, on the list of musts for being a member. Really suggest Toy Hobby Project, yeah. I suggest people when people are trying to learn a new language, I suggest that they write something they are familiar with and know how to write that's like medium complexity. If you've written it before in a different language, and like you're basically intentionally trying to bash your shins off of all the sharp corners and see if you still like it. Okay, regeneration is done. And if I was to run you now, I would have an issue in Template Manager, which makes a degree of sense. You need to come over here. And do this instead. I still don't love that all the references to all the parent objects live in here, but it just might have to be. We have other trubs. Map widget, 333. Need to type assert. Ah, yes. And then you need to just be update. Ah, right. We forgot to replace these two. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Derp. Let's go fix this up right quick. This is... This is room tiles. No. Connections, associated tiles. It's widget base. That's not. Oh, crap. That's a problem. That's going to be a problem because what do we actually use associated tiles for? I'm 99% sure that this becomes a circular dependency. Yeah. But if this is... type gen, I don't care about that. Build connections. We only use this for that. We use it in build to build it up. Type gen. We only actually use it so that we can set you selected. That's why I was thinking widget base. But this actually would need to be widget, which is the interface. This is the only problem, though. We would need to do as widget on it, I think. That goes away. But in order to do update, we just dealt with this. We just figured out it was needed to be a node. We needed to call, which is fine. We can still as widget a node. It's not core node. It's a tree node. And it was where did I do that at? Right here. Create header? No. Was that in the work we chucked? Is it run updaters? But it needs to be core. It was as widget though, wasn't it? Was. Okay. So you could be widgets. If you're already widget, why do I need to... Because it's because it's something that's wrapped, I think. It's because it comes from Node, I bet. But for some reason we have to because it makes you a widget base, which is a node base. It's because we have to convert you from an interface to a concrete type that has the function. It's a lot of back and forth, but I think that's the only way to do that correctly. And then this becomes node. You are view coordinates now. And then we just need to fix our construction stuff here. Which actually, this is going to look exactly like this. Except for view grid X, view grid Y. Oh, I copied the wrong thing. That's what's happening. Too many backs. You. To put you on the end, and then we also need to do very similar things here as we build you with different. Ooh, I need to make sure. That this gets set to horizontal. I believe this should be the same. Yes, we need to direction, so we should be able to say anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Feel free to drop by a Discord, and if you run into weird rest issues, poke me, I'll try to help. Yeah, absolutely. There's a whole section just for that. So these, right, I was doing down here, we need the same. Do you ever see Mongoose Studios close to Mojang Studios? I mean, sure. I don't really like, it's not really like a goal or anything. I don't really have like a metric for success like that, right? I'm just interested in doing the thing as well as I can, basically, and doing what makes sense next, right? Main thing I dislike about Python is the GIL leading to global interpreter lock, leading it to being slow for compute tasks. It sounds like Rust offers many of the patterns I like would be super speedy. No offense to go, but I do like expressive languages. I mean, you're allowed to like stuff. That's totally valid. Believe Python 3.13 is doing it with Jill. see some improvements just by upgrading the compiler. Huh, interesting. I know that last time I checked, they were still trying to figure out how to do that in a reasonable, safe, and sane way. So it's good to know that they've finally got an idea. Really good mindset and outlook. Thank you. I try. I saw that, but it'll take a while. I believe it's for threads running individual interpreters at the moment. That would be multi-processing, correct? As opposed to multi-threading. There's two different libs. This one will be that we'll use grid, and we will use indexes like we have done up above. Oh, it's row index. And then you are diagonal in this case. Build connection is still that. Connection handler. Where did you used to get wired in? This... Come back to that. We're just going to fix this up real quick first before I get distracted. So this all replaces this, and then we add you in. We do basically the same thing here. Oops. But this one is vertical. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. I can't talk. Oh my gosh, I have forgotten how to words. Let's see here. And you got to look for a bit. Need to focus on this editing I'm doing. Staring at the same paragraph for the last 30 minutes. Curse you and your interesting conversation, right? The squirrel is real, right? Take care of yourself. I also get back to your little start adventure. Awesome. Yeah, good luck. Absolutely. That. Diagonal here. Wait. Diagonal yes, diagonal, vertical, diagonal. Because this is the end row index. Same. Okay. Now for rooms, pretty sure we got rid of the handler because everything got wrapped up into room. Let me double check that though. Connection handler. Yeah, I don't see room handler here anymore, which makes sense. It's because we need to register this into our onClick. Which right now only does build connections. Wait a minute, that's not correct. This is what should be in the onClick. What in the world was I thinking? Back that up real quick here. Yeah, we had to put all of this into the on. So we have two here. We have this that goes into just the on click. This goes into the on. Which theoretically still works because we set ourselves to selectable and all that. Got those need to live there now. And then this becomes this. No? Oh, it's because you are that now. Pretty sure. Double check. Connection widget. Yeah. It's kind of ugly and messy, but put them in here for now. I think we can pull these out into a function because they're going to be the same, right? So we can pull them back out into just like a register function or something here in a minute. Assuming everything works correctly. That's not important right now. Okay. And then we're going to do the same. Oh, this is going to get so gross, though. We're going to do it first. We're going to rename you to register connection on clicks. And then we're going to paste the thing we just fixed up, and then we'll just change you to this. And that's going to make me much happier. So up here, we just get rid of all of this and say, register connection on clicks. Do we even need you to be a method anymore? Yes, because you have the broker. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, yeah. And then we come down here to our little helper that just builds these all up. Oops. Register them for each of those that we create. Okay, now Type gen, it needs to be run again, or go generate rather. Fix up the type gens with everything we've just changed. Now, let's see if I can blow this up again. I can. What did I do? Needle pointer. Connection tile go 373. Probably when I initialize things. Clear icons 373. Because connection tile. (201) set icons in the updater right. If the button exists, set it. Okay. So that's a little bit of a problem. And I'm wondering if I was afraid of this. I think this all has to go into the updater because it doesn't know what to build until we start adding the bits and pieces. Why didn't we end up with this? Because I had the same problem in the room tile, but why didn't we end up with the same problem when we did the template stuff? Because everything gets a placeholder, that's why. And in this case, there really isn't a placeholder. So it adds the form fields. It can set this or not. It's fine. It doesn't care either way. So we would have to do the same thing where everything would have to live in here. Except Except we can't do that. I need to figure out the correct way to re-trigger Maker. It almost seems like I could just call make on it, but it needs a plan. I also did this over here for connection edit widget. Not you, it's the frame you go into. You have a maker as well. You work. Check the docs. I don't want that, I don't think. Right, there's no docs for this. Kind of there is, I guess. Plans. Well, that does it for this chapter, making progress. Awesome. In either case, it's nearly 11 p.m. I expect to be up at 6 a.m. tomorrow, so I better catch some Z's while I can. Yep, we're about to wrap things up here for today anyway, because I need to figure out this maker nonsense. So, tell Jazz hello if she comes back after I was gone. You know, maybe she's asleep too. Have a good night. We'll catch you tomorrow for a day of factorioing. I bet you it's because this, what we would need to do is tie you to something that rebuilds you. So if we were to put type gen probably holds set direction, yes. Update for make? Yes. We need to do that. I think. which we don't want to make modification to this because it'll be lost when regenerated. But I think we can override it in our own code. Well, the answer appears to be no to that as well. It's weird. I thought there was something on my screen for a second. If I, for instance, delete you, we still don't get... Is it something else I have forgotten in the refactor? No size was ever set, was it? Nope. Okay, that's going to be a problem too. Okay. This, that. That might be the problem. If we just let you be exported. I forgot to do this. Ignore that. The heck? What my IDE is doing is like my mouse is clicking too many times. Alright, anywho. Maybe I have mouse issues. Maybe that was my other issue the other day too. If we do that, we'll regen. We'll need to... I'm almost thinking... I was wondering if I want to put this into here and figure it out based on... We'd still have to set like the base though. Base size. Set size X. This is grid tile width and height full. Width full for X. Tile height full for Y. That'll be the same for this one. It's also diagonal. It'll also be the same for these two. Wait, where did my... This is horizontal, it's not diagonal. This should be width narrow. Because this is the x-axis. And then the y is going between, yes. So this is height full for diagonal, width full for diagonal. Vertical is full width, height short. Because that's a vertical connection between two tiles. Maybe we don't need to muck about with calling make. Maybe that was just my mistake, is to not have a size. Okay. Good. Feel like something is weird still, though. It's missing background. And border. Which used to come from the connection widget we did. Okay, well, I've been going for 4 hours. What I'm going to have to do is get the styling back in. It needs to get put onto... I think it used to go on the parent frame here. I'll have to figure out exactly which to put it, but I'm starving right now. So I'm going to get off and make some lunch, a late lunch, and then I'll probably fix this up before tomorrow. So if you like this kind of thing, I usually stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday, ending on Monday. So if you show up tomorrow at roundabout this time, minus 4 hours, wherever you are in the world, I should be here doing more of this, and I'd love to see you again. And if not, hey, you have a great weekend. There's a Discord in the About section, if that's your jam, and you'd like to come hang out with us and tell Ash about how you hate Rust or whatever else. There's lots of resources there, and it's a great place. So, thanks again for everybody who swung by and chatted. It was good to have people nerding out, and we'll